Welcome back to Solynod Hex, everyone. Today we're holding session number 465, and today's session is sponsored by our generous donors and patrons. Thank you very much, donors and patrons, for your donations and pledges. We wouldn't have dynamic lighting without you, nor Enervia Castle. I bought a castle module to replace the images that disappeared the other week, and Enervia Castle is now fixed back to normal. I redid the dynamic lighting on it too, so it doesn't look like trash, and put in doors and windows and whatnot, so it looks nice. All right, players at this time, if you haven't already done so, go ahead and add 465 experience points to your player character for showing up on time. Thank you very much for showing up on time. And when last we left the Order of the Superior Star, they were in Nervia City in West Panoplia. On an island in a lake, on an island in the sea. Enervia City. Looks like I'm going to need to turn off token animations while we're in the city. I can't even scroll right now. Today is one of those Sundays where I have to take my girlfriend to work, so I'll be cutting the session about a half an hour short. Because she has to be at work by the time we normally stop. Okie dokie. but I'll make it up to you. Hopefully next weekend we can play as long as we can.
Don't say that. I'll take the next day off from work.
Man. Okay, animated graphics are off. It automatically put me in a refresh state as soon as I turned off animated graphics. And this is not the map where you want to refresh.
Takes a minute.
Yeah.
Actually, I always play with the animations off just because my computer runs better without it.
Yeah. Yeah, it eats up a lot of your graphics card. Like I have 2 monitors, and the other day I was kind of messing around with it, and on one monitor I had a movie playing on YouTube, and then on the other monitor I had Solynod Hex up, and I turned animated graphics on, and the video on YouTube slowed down to like 3 frames per second or something. It was really bad. And then I turned it back off and it went to normal. I was like switching it on and off, and it completely messes with all the video capabilities of my computer. Okay.
Yeah, it'd be nice if like Roll20 could have like options on which icons you want to be animated versus it's like everything or nothing.
You can limit the animations to, you know, only a certain group. If you go to the token layer and you hit Control A to select all the tokens, and then you right click over the lasso to turn, you know, animation off or whatever, and then just select the few that you want to turn on, and then turn those on manually. But I mean, it doesn't help a whole lot to only have a few turned on. I've tried that before. Like I just had the player character group animated, and there was still some lag issues. So now I just kind of turn them all off, and it pretty much does the same thing. When you go into your settings and you turn them all off, versus manually turning them off by token, it does pretty much the same thing.
Makes me wonder if like they're still running in the background.
Okay. So see. There's Tenzi's characters. And the time now, 12 a.m. October the 2nd, 11 AE5. And I don't see Matthias. I do see Kel.
I'm on the street up north.
Matthias, are you able to see your tokens here?
Yeah, I'm on the street up north.
Oh, okay. Up to the north. Oh, that's right. The encounter with the ruffians and the... Okay. So... Okay. Oh... And Shandrak is not here. And I think you were about to capture one of the gals.
Yes, sir. I think I just caught up.
All right. That's right, and she wasn't responding. She was just keeping on running. Okay, so 12 a.m. There's some spell effects that are about to run out. Okay, so, she is going to continue jogging. And actually, I'm going to put on some different music here. Put on this track. Because it's nighttime. And Lassie keeps on running. So her movement's 12, so she gets 24 squares. And she passes right through one of your threatened squares right here. So if you want to take an attack of opportunity, you may do so. Any kind of attack that you want. You know, grabs or, I don't know, trips. You know, you can do... a pull, you know, grab her by the hair or whatever. I don't know.
I'll pass on that.
Okay.
I think Matthias is more confused why she's still running.
And she makes it up here about 3 squares and then passes through some darkness and runs through the light of the lamp over to the left into the darkness there and runs through the darkness to the north in the back of these houses. So she has to make 2 dexterity checks to keep running. Because she runs through darkness twice in that same round. So the first one she passes. And the second one she passes. Next up is that gal Eniona. The gal in the dress. So she sees... Oh, that's right. She just barely stood up from falling because she ran through the darkness and fell. So she's going to try running out of the darkness now into the light, avoiding. So she's behind you, Matthias, on the street, and she is trying to avoid both Varen and Brine Druid. And she gets across the street right behind you and runs down the alleyway just behind you into the darkness there. So she has to make 2 dexterity checks as well, because she's running out of the darkness for 1 and then into the darkness on the other side of the street. So she makes the first one and makes the second one. So you can hear her behind the house to your right, kind of, sprinting through the darkness towards the north. Let's see, where is... So this guy is still in the house there, so I'll put him on the GM layer. And then, Tinsy, if you could, please roll base size initiative for your PC. I completely forgot about that, so you might end up going before Matthias. 6.7, yes you do. Right after Bombosa, actually. Alright. So a minute ago, Tenzi, you heard some commotion from just up the street over here. There was the sounds of some violence for about a round or two. And then you heard some horseshoes galloping, well, cantering north up the street. And some people running north. And as far as you know, your friends were over there momentarily. But you can't really tell who's running and galloping and cantering and all that stuff.
Right. We'll move to investigate. Would this be considered in combat?
Yes, yeah. Oh, and Rampage is right there as well. So Tenzi, Zalman. I mean Ruckus, not Rampage.
Oh, and then Tenzi, just as a side note, last I knew it was like hurricane type weather too. So then,
Yeah.
your weather stuff is like
yeah, it's a storm because in order to have an actual hurricane, I have to roll it twice in a row. So it's a really, really bad storm right now. I'll put down a rain. Well, I have animations turned off, so the rain token won't do anything.
All right, so we'll have Zalman. We'll do a wolfsmanship check to see if he can mount and go with Ruckus.
And I'll also turn on the storm track. Very nice. So you're able to mount Ruckus and take off in the same round.
This one's at 18. And then Tenzi and Asheville will follow.
Oh yeah.
Asheville will-
Caveat to your question earlier. No, it's not combat. Because it's all players, player characters initiative.
Okay. So then Zalman turned the corner with Ruckus, and he can see something. Is this Matthias up here on his unicorn?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
And he seems to be riding away.
Yes, towards the north.
All right, so then Ruckus will follow.
And it looks like he's tracking something over to the left side of the street. Like he's looking over that way.
Right. And he'll get that far. Get that far, and then Asheville will take off and get up in the air. 10 feet. I'll change that.
The storm knocks him out of the air. Yeah.
Oh, that's right. The storm. Okay. And as he tries to get up, he can't get through the wind. He lands back down, and he'll just move.
Mm-hmm.
He'll get to there. And how far away is he? Let's see if he's within shouting distance of his arm on. No. So that'll be it for us.
All right. And next up is Matthias. You can hear the howl of Ruckus as Zalman turns the corner behind you and is riding in your direction. So you may have some help soon.
Gotcha. Well, Matthias, he's not familiar with these two women and not wanting to overextend himself from the rest of the party. And, we're running off into the dark into a storm. Instead of chasing them, actually decides to kind of turn around and see what the rest of the party is doing. Obviously, I can see Tenzi and company kind of making their way, and decides to kind of start heading back to inform, what's going on and where we should go from here. So I'll move now.
Okay. So you kind of break off pursuit and head back towards the safe house?
Yes, sir. I'll make my way back here. Goes back and that's Tenzi's character, right?
That's Solomon, his brother. Half brother.
Gotcha. Comes back, says, "Oh, it's good to see you've joined us. We handled some ruffians that
Yo!
dealing with Lassie and this other lady, and I caught up to Lassie. I told her the threats were eliminated. She just kept frantically running off into the dark, and I think the other one did too. I
don't know who that is.
Oh, you don't know either. Okay, well, I guess I'm just coming back to report and trying to figure out where we should go from here.
Alright. Oh! Anything else from Matthias and company?
I'm good.
All right. Let's see. The last living ruffian darts across the street over here. And you can see that he's got a wet spot on the crotch of his pants from where he peed himself when he first surrendered. And he kind of runs around the back of this house, avoiding Zalmond, and he gets to right about here in the dark. And I'll make sure that he has a dexterity score real quick. Okay, he does. So he has to roll dexterity to keep his feet. Whoops. Alright, so you hear him eat shit. And you guys look over and you can see him prone in your night vision. And it looks like he just kind of goes sliding across the roughly hewn stone in between the buildings. Because it's all wet and it's kind of gathering water because it's really, really flat. And he just kind of goes sliding across it like a slip and slide. And, you know, scrapes his face up and stuff. You can see him start bleeding. And he'll let out a little whimper like... Okay, end of round. And... yeah, they just kind of keep running off into the dark. Is Zalman gonna keep pursuing?
He will not pursue the two that are up north since Matthias came back, but he would pursue the guy that ran by him.
All right.
It's his turn.
Okay, so I'll just skip down to Tinsy. All right, Tinsy and company.
Zalman goes, "Yo, is that one of them?" Pointing at the guy that ran by.
That is one of them. Yeah, they attacked us after we were attempting to rescue Lassie.
So he'll get his lance ready, turn ruckus. I don't know. Can I charge after him?
Yeah. If you want to make an attack, you'll have to roll initiative, and then everybody will have to roll initiative.
All right. So before I do, then he won't go right away. He's going to turn and get ready to, and he'll ask Matthias if we need to capture him or more seriously wound him.
I'd say we should definitely capture him and question him at least.
So
He's not.
So that question took your action for the round.
Yeah, gotcha. Yeah. But I'll move 10. Actually, 10's just going to go across the street here and investigate. These are like some bodies laying here.
Yeah, you can see that there are other ruffians kind of dressed pretty much the same as that guy that ran across the street. They're in like business attire, kind of like European Yakuza almost.
And then Astro will move up and look towards the fallen ruffian. And does he detect evil?
Yes.
This guy's going to have a bad day.
Kind of a robbery, rapey kind of vibe coming from him.
Pulls out the Nodachi. And let's see. That's all his movement. So he pulls out his Nodachi, but next round he will be going after him.
Yep. You can see the guy bleeding into the rain. And he's kind of whimpering and crying. Next, okay, so you're drawing weapons with intent to attack, yeah?
True.
Okay, so go ahead and roll initiative, lottie-dottie, everybody. And I will put on some combat music. And Matthias, you have a light lance with you, correct?
I still have my sword out. I do
Okay.
have the lance, but I still have my sword out from previous.
Alright, so you would have to drop your lance to draw your sword.
No, I never had the lance in my hand.
Okay, so it's back at the house.
No, it's with me, but I still have my sword out initially.
You would have no way to carry it other than in your hand. It's kind of unwieldy. It's long, heavy. There's no like lance scabbard or lance holder or holster. There's for lances there's a cup that attaches to the stirrup of your saddle where it can rest in, but you have to hold on to it with your hand to sturdy the top. Otherwise, if you let go, it would swing down and hit the ground and probably trip the horse if the horse was moving. Other than that, there's really no way to carry a lance unless it's in your hand. So you probably, if
Really,
you
there's
had,
no lance holster for a horse.
there's no such thing as a lance holster or spear holster or polearm holster. If you wanted to like rig something, like using rope or something, I'd have to make you roll riding checks with like a penalty every round. Otherwise, knock your horse over or catch it on something as you're riding. So it would be a big pain in the butt. You can do that if you want to. It's just going to be a big pain in the butt.
Oh, okay. I guess I'll just drop the lance then.
Yeah, you probably. I don't remember when you drew your sword, but it probably was like in front of the safe house somewhere. Okay, is anyone still rolling?
I'm gonna need multiple attacks. 3 more for Tenzi and 1 more for Ashrael.
3 more for Tinsy. And 1 more for Ashrael?
Yep.
Okay. Just waiting for those to populate. And then Ashriel. Okay. Here we go. Wait, that's not right. So time now, 12:16 a.m. Let's see, Varen's True Seeing has run out, so I'll just take that off the tracker. First up is Matthias with his longsword.
All right, so I'll pursue the ruffian. And attack.
All right. So he is prone, so you get a +4 to hit him. And he's just kind of laying there whimpering and crying as you strike. +4 to hit.
Yeah, that would be higher ground, right?
Yeah, because you're mounted. All right. So he's prone. You're basically getting him in the back. So you hit -8. Definitely beats his AC of 10. And you cause 9 damage. Killing him. Go ahead and describe how you do so.
Yeah, so as we're pursuing this guy, rides up, charges him. Uh, Obviously, I'm under the impression that he's just trying that he caused damage and is trying to get away before he faces his own punishment. And thrusts or slashes him in the back as he's prone, and comes along with it.
Okay. And he falls down dead. His blood sort of, kind of leaking out into a stream of water that's passing by. And he expires. And combat is apparently over. So we have... so there we go. And Next up is Tenzi and Company.
Asriel nods in approval at Matthias's work on slaying the evil ruffian. Tenzi's going to come up and investigate these bodies to see if they have anything worthwhile. He normally would save that for Asher or Shandrak, but seeing none of them around, he thinks it's up to him now.
Yeah. Let's see. And you find a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them. All right. So you begin searching that guy right there, and you find a pouch on him.
I'm kind of shake it to hear if I hear anything inside, or if I can feel any weight to it.
Yeah, it's definitely got jink inside. It's got several coins, and it feels like there might be some kind of lumps inside too that are not coin shaped.
All right. I'll take those and call out, check the body to see if there's anything on them, and that'll be it for us.
So it looks like each of the bodies was holding a club, and they each have a dagger on either on their belt or in their boot, kind of like a boot knife, but a dagger. And you said you take the coins, but not the pouch.
I take the whole pouch.
Okay. So end of round, and first up is Matthias.
All right, yeah. So I would Matthias dismounts and checks the ruffian as well, see what he has or any sort of evidence for why they would have been doing what they're doing.
So this particular one is not armed. He left his weapons behind where he surrendered and dropped his weapons. But you do find a pouch on his carcass. It's like a small belt pouch.
I'll take a look at that.
Okay. It's a small belt pouch made of leather. It's got a drawstring at the top, and the drawstring seems to be tied around his belt such that it keeps the whole pouch kind of folded over the top of the belt and then reattaches to the pouch itself, so that he would have to untie the drawstring to remove it from his belt, and then of course it would be open and the coins would be readily available. So the pouch is open as you take it off of him because you have to untie the cord, the drawstring.
Gotcha.
See-
Yeah, so he would open it up and inspect it.
So it looks like inside there's a mixture of copper, gold, platinum, and some pale aqua colored stones. You're able to see it by the light of the street lamp over there.
Nice. Well, I guess I'll just pocket that for now. If there's nothing else of value or interest.
Just as clothing is all.
All right, that'll be the end of my round then.
All right. And next up is Tenzi.
Tenzi will see if the other one has a pouch as well. So he'll just take that and then move over towards Matthias.
Okay. So yeah, you're able to recover a second pouch, the contents of which feel very similar to the first one you picked up. And like I said, they're small pouches, so they have hardly any weight. And then the coins inside are hardly any weight at all, so it's nothing you really have to track on your character sheet weight-wise.
Right, so move over towards Matthias and kind of hold up the coin purses and kind of jingle them and say, "This is all I got over here."
Well, looks like I got something over here as well.
And that'll be the end of our turn.
Okay. End of round, and first up is Matthias.
All right, I'll get back, calmly get back on Shadow and make my way back over towards Tempe.
All right. And next up is Tenzi.
Question, I got 2 notes from you. Did you mean for both of those to come to me?
Oh, no.
Okay, thank you.
There we go.
So I'm going to open up the pouches, quickly count the coins in them.
All right. So it doesn't take very long to count up all the coins and stones. So you count up in your 2 pouches a total of 24 copper, 10 gold, 2 platinum coins, and 8 of these clear pale aqua stones. Clear pale aqua.
Right. I don't have appraisal or anything like that, but I do have an aquamarine. Can I pull that out and compare it to those gems to see if they're similar?
The color is similar, but it's slightly different.
Okay. And that'll be it for us.
Okay. End of round, and first up is Matthias. So Matthias, you can see in the light of the street lamp, Tenzi reaches into his pouch and he pulls out a stone, and he kind of compares the color between these clear pale aqua stones that were in the ruffian's pouch versus a stone that he collected earlier on in his career. And you can see that the colors are similar, but like the shade is slightly different.
I see. Well, Matthias pulls out, well, I guess he kind of already had the pouch, but he inspects what's in, counts it up as well.
All right, so you count up a total of 12 copper, 5 gold, 1 platinum, and 4 of these stones. It looks like Tenzi has the same ones. They're a clear pale aqua color. So it kind of looks like they might have had a recent heist or something, and they, divided these up equally amongst themselves, because for some reason they all have pretty much the same amount of coinage and stones.
Gotcha. Matthias kind of observes that and says, "We'll have to keep an eye and an ear out to see if anybody's missing any stones."
Yeah, we can divide up the coins among us if you like, and if you just, I can hold on to the stones until we can get them appraised. Maybe we could go by the jeweler, the gem. There's a gem person in town that we go to. Maybe we can go there and maybe for a cut of it, he would appraise them for us. I don't.
Sounds good to me.
And next up is Tenzi and Company.
So he counts out. Matthias has 12 copper, so he takes out 6 out of the ones he has and hands them over. He hands over half the gold and platinum. I'll figure out the numbers in a second, but I'll put them in Discord.
Yeah. Among the 3 pouches, you found a total of 36 copper, 15 gold, 3 platinum, and 12 of these mysterious gems.
Just an odd platinum piece. Now I gotta do math.
Yeah. That's let's see,
I put my
5, 10,
numbers in Discord as well.
15.
So basically, he'll give the 3 platinum to Matthias, or give him the 2 he has, and he can keep the one he has, and I'll ask him for the 5 gold in return. And then, so we end up with 18 copper. He'll have 3 platinum, I'll have 15 gold. And that will divide it up.
Oh, yeah.
And then I'll have the 12 stones that I'll hold on to from.
All right. And it takes a minute to do that.
Yep.
And end of round. First up is Matthias.
All right, so after we kind of divide that up, just kind of looks at Tenzi and is like, "Well, guess we handled the threat, and I guess the lady is headed off to whatever safe house they have, apparently. Suppose we can move on and carry on with our mission, so to speak."
That sounds good.
And next up is Tenzi and Company.
Are there things you need to accomplish in town here while we're here?
No, actually. Fortunately, we got everything that I needed to do at least done earlier today. So if you have anything you need to do, obviously, I'll go with you. Otherwise, we can head on to the next mission.
Well, as long as we have these gems and we're in town, we might as well take care of that.
Sounds good. Lead the way.
So he's just going to take a minute um, and divide out the coinage amongst himself, uh, Ashriel, and Zalmond, and that'll be the end of our turn.
Okay. I'm just totaling up the experience points for the NPCs you guys just encountered. Let's see, rules, monster XP values. Probably about 13. Alright, so one Lassie Lane. She's worth about 3,000. There's 2 player characters, and then you've got the Samurai's not here, yeah?
True.
So, and then Ashriel doesn't gain experience, so that
Right.
leaves
Zalmond.
pretty much just Zalman for NPCs. 1 NPC. Number of creatures defeated was 0. And then the other 2 NPCs, I'll just bundle them together because they're worth the same amount. So that's, you know, 2 Thug and Courtesan. And they're worth 35 experience each. 2 player characters, 1 NPC. One was defeated, and he's got 2 hit dice. Warriors and bards in the party is 2. Paladin and Cavalier. So that all other warriors and rangers earn 10 per warrior level. So you multiply that by your current level, Matthias, and then you add the PC with 1 class, 28. So it should be 10 times 4 is 40, plus 28 would be 68. And that's the end of the round. And first up is Matthias.
All right. Yeah. So I'm just kind of standing back. I don't know where the gem shop is, obviously. So I'm just kind of waiting to just standing by to head to the gem shop.
So time of the day is midnight.
Oh, so it's not.
Plus. Say again.
Oh, I was going to say, so it's not going to be open.
It's pretty fair bet it won't be open this time of day. It's 12:21 in the morning. So, and everyone's pretty tired right now too. Like it's way, way past your bedtime.
So we didn't do naps at our normal time.
I don't think you guys did a nap. No, not that I recall. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, I wasn't here last week, so I don't know what happened. I kind of assumed so, but if not, then we can do that now.
Yeah, we'll say you did, so no one's tired.
Okay. Um, but yeah, why don't we just go back to the safe house then? Tenzi says to Matthias, kind of rest, just hang out until the morning, and then head over to the gem shop.
Sounds good to me.
And with that, it's just your turn.
Uh,
Yeah,
anything? What's
I
Matthias
was just
doing?
saying, yeah, we can check them. We can check them tomorrow or during any other upkeep or whatever. But otherwise, I'll just head back to the safe house.
Oh. And Tenzi and Company.
We'll head back to the safe house as well. So we'll just be moving this through.
And end of round. And first up is Matthias.
All right, Matthias will lead Shadow over to the stables. Let him know it's okay to go in and take a nap.
All right. And Tenzi and Company.
Zalmo will lead. Lead Ruckus into the stable. Find that little cart that he was sleeping in. And put him in there.
There's horses parked everywhere. And mules.
So Zalman will be busy doing that while Tenzi and Ash will come into the house proper. Find a place to sit down. And that'll be it for us.
All right. End of round, and what do you guys want to do? What's your next point in time?
Yeah, I don't know. Did you just want to fast forward to the next morning?
So yeah, later today. I guess just a question of, would we have any idea when they might open?
Probably around 9 a.m.
So we'll have to have breakfast out. I have to go somewhere for breakfast and then go there. Because I actually asked for, well, I didn't do it. So, yeah, so we'll have to go somewhere for breakfast. Normally we do that a different way, but so maybe at 7 we'll head out to like the tavern to get breakfast and then go to the gem plate.
Okay. Actually, I might have already done that. October 2nd today. I think this time last year in game is when Calamar joined the party. Like in the actual game last year. Find oh come on.
I joined in June in the game.
Hmm. Find October 2. Trying to turn the chat archive into one page, and it's kind of being a bitch. I'm getting like gateway timeouts and stuff. Find October 2. First. Okay, first. Older. Find October 2. Older. Older.
And there's one other thing I'd like to do during before we leave for breakfast. Ashrail is going to renew his chain contingency.
Okay. Special. Okay, and you guys are waiting until what time before you leave?
I don't know, what do you think? 8 a.m.? Have time to get some breakfast and then head over to the gem place?
Sounds good to me.
Okay, so you guys are waiting till 8, but at 7 a.m. See, Jim's detect lie would be done. I'm just gonna remove Shandrak. And Lassie and Anatar and Courtesan and Asher, Barbosa. Anatar's fly would be gone. Okay. So go ahead and place yourselves for 7 in the morning. So Matthias, you'd be standing out in the rain at 7, or...
No, I guess I'd be wherever the beds are, spare bed. Looks like it's left or right room, or oh, it's any of the corner rooms.
Yeah, there's 4 bedrooms. One of them has 2 beds. So, about 7 o'clock rolls around, and you hear some speaking outside. And it sounds like a very familiar voice with Galagrain. And then you hear the secret knock at the door. And Badanwin comes over and opens the door. And at the door is your longtime buddy. Where is he? Standing on his rug of welcome is Adolf Gall. And you hear Badanwin say, come in, and he kind of lands his rug of welcome right outside the door and steps in. And he says, good morning, Tansy.
Good morning.
Zalman and Ashriel. Excuse me, I'm going to sit down. And he steps over to the corner and sits on this bench. First up is Matthias. So you hear this really wheezy voice coming from the next room. She kind of open your eyes from a good little nap.
Nice. Well, Matthias makes his way out to the living room or whatever this is called. Nods his head, says, "Hello, I'm Matthias Gabriel. Can we offer you some water or anything?"
And you see sitting on this bench in the corner is the famous wizard Adolf Gall. And he looks over at you and he says, "Oh, I would be grateful. Thank you, Mr. Matthias. A wood elf, yes."
Yes, sir, of the Yanis Forest.
"Oh, yes. Oh, Queen, what was her name? Raina. Yes, Raina Yanis. Of the original Yanises. But, mixed with, the wood elf blood of your people. And he kind of looks down at the floor. And he says, I tell the wood elves of Forever Forest once invaded Yanis Tree Town, and that's the reason why wood elf blood is so prominent there, according to history. Very interesting story. Yeah. High elves mingling with the blood of the wood elves. You don't hear about that much. No. The old elvish ways forbade it. Only with the last few hundred years that such a thing existed. Hybrid elves, they say. Anyways, Mr. Tenzi and Mr. Gabriel Matthias, I was wondering if I could interest you in some breakfast at the Red Carpet Inn. I long for some eggs and bacon. The castle has nothing but fresh fruit and porridge for breakfast. Recently, the king has become more health conscious. I long for the taste of bacon. Anything else from Matthias and company?
No, other than just says, well, hearty meal at the end. I'd love to accompany. I'll be in it.
Okay, Tenzi and company. What do you say, Tenzi?
That sounds great. We're actually just thinking about doing that ourselves, so it'd be great to have some company.
My treat.
All
Well,
the better.
my rug awaits. Shall we?
Yep. And Tenzi will bow and kind of walk out and try to find a spot on the rug. Is the weather still bad today?
Yes, there's still a storm.
Okay.
And Adolf kind of steps out and stands on the rug, and nothing happens. And he's like, "Oh, how embarrassing! I've forgotten the storm. Well, I suppose we could just walk the old-fashioned way. Come along, Rug.
And he says,
And
well, if you store it here, we can offer you a mount if you are comfortable with that.
no, I'll just fold it up and slump it over the mount's neck. I suppose it's just a rug.
Right?
It's been a long time since I've ridden a proper mount. I've been.
And
Go ahead.
Zalman calls out Ruckus, who jumps out of the little cart and comes up to him.
Oh, a dire wolf. Interesting.
And Zalman hops on him.
Ah, it's your bonded mount, is it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's great.
And end of round, and next up is Matthias.
Alright, so Matthias walks out and kind of meets you guys over here. And this door is open, I take it, to the stables?
Yeah.
Alright, gives a little whistle to signal Shadow to come out.
Oh, what in blue blazes? A black unicorn? Get back! Wait. This is no ordinary black unicorn. There's not a stitch of evil in his soul. Oh,
Believe it or not,
wonderful.
this is actually my Mount Shadow. He's sort of a rare breed, if you will, of unicorn. Kind of like a reverse albino, if you will.
Ah, fascinating. Yeah. May I pet him?
Absolutely. He'd love to have you pet him.
And
Shadow looks at him nicely and enjoys the pet.
Shadow says something in Elvish. And he says, what an interesting old man. And Adolf kind of looks at you. Doesn't, I don't think he, let me check. I don't think he speaks Elvish. Oh, yeah, he does. He says, an interesting old man, eh? I salute you, he says to Shadow. And he kind of steps back towards the barn and says, so what shall I ride today, Grandmaster Tenzi?
So I offer you my medium warhorse, Daylight. Except for Daylight was not there in the barn, so I'm going to drag him onto the map.
He might be one of the horses that's out back.
Oh, okay. I don't think he was there because I wasn't here when he first got here.
Oh, okay, that's right. I remember. I think I deleted all of the tokens owned by you at some point when you weren't here.
So yeah, he'll lead out Daylight. And then Ashbro will go in and get his mount, which is daytime.
And see if Adolf is a proficient rider. Of course he is. Wow, okay. Yeah, so he the hell is that? What the hell? Let's see. It's supposed to be at wisdom +3. There we go. I forgot all the ats in here.
And as he's trying to mount, Tenzi doesn't know if he knows how to ride a horse or not. So, and with his age, he's kind of like putting his hands like ready to help him if he needs to, or like that.
Yeah, he seems kind of feeble. And then he leaps up on horseback, grabs the reins, and the horse rocks back onto two legs, and then whinnies. And he takes off on Daylight's back. And as he passes by the Rug of Welcome, see if he can make the proficiency check again. Of course he can. Oh. He rolls a natural 20 and eats shit, falling onto the Rug of Welcome, and he takes... Oh, D3's not on there. /R, D3 damage. Takes 1 damage as he falls onto his hip. And he goes, "Ah! I've fallen and I can't get up!" And Daylight keeps running. Next up is Matthias, I think.
Seeing that happen, I will go up and
Oh, I remember. I stopped writing.
I'll signal to Tenzi. If you want to help him up, I'll go catch Daylight.
Okay.
And does Daylight stop naturally, or would I have to grab him? Or grab the reins, I should say.
It just takes a horsemanship check. I mean, he's not beast of burden, so it doesn't take an animal handling check. Just a horsemanship check to be able to just grab his reins and calm him down. So land-based riding horse. He keeps on running. So he probably gets down,
With a success.
probably down into the darkness here.
Oh, it says 0 success, so that means no success.
That's right. And Tenzi and Company.
That's where we'll ride by and kind of reach down and touch Adolf, innately casting Cure Light Wounds on him.
Oh yeah, it's not dark right now because the time is 7 in the morning. So I'm going to turn daylight on. Did daylight turn on? Oh, the brightness isn't all the way up. Okay, there we go. There we go.
And then he asks after he does that, my son, are you okay?
Son, you and I are the same age.
And Tenzi hurries up and kind of puts his arm under Adolf's shoulder and helps him up.
Oh, thank you, Tenzi. Yes. I remember you. Cain. You served King Faisal III. It was a long time ago. Indeed. We're the same age. That was King Landric's grandfather. I mean, father. Yeah.
And then Zalman will ride up, trying to catch up to daytime, and that'll be it for us. And Adolf got cured 5 points. I don't know if he's down more than 1.
Alright, he is now up to full. Okay, and he kind of reaches down and grabs the rug of welcome and rolls it up. So it's just a long roll like that. And he just sort of slumps it over his shoulder and begins kind of walking down the street in the rain.
Asheville says, my son, you can have my mount. I will get daylight. And then next turn, Asriel's going to teleport without air onto the other horse's back.
Ah, okay. End of round. First up is Matthias.
All right. Well, not knowing that he's going to teleport, I'd catch up to Daylight and make another check to grab the reins and stop him.
All right. All right. So Daylight feels you tug at his reins, and he just kind of slows down to a stop right about there. And next up is Tenzi and Company.
And so having the horse stopped will make it a lot easier to teleport without air. So he will, Asriel will do that. Do you want the full text for that?
No. And as soon as Asriel disappears, Adolf jumps onto Daytime, grabs the reins while throwing his rug of welcome over the his rolled up rug of welcome over the neck of the beast. And he's like, yeah! Yeah! And the horse takes off. I think 48 squares. So it's a light warhorse.
So medium.
Medium? So that's 36. Yeah. 38, 37, 36. So right behind Asriel.
And Tenzi will follow on foot, not going quite as fast. But he'll start jogging next round. And that'll be it for us.
Okay. End of round. And first up is Matthias.
Matthias looks over as he teleports onto the horse and says, "Oh, well, good to see you're here." And just kind of looks back and just calmly waits for everybody to catch up.
Okay. Next up is Tenzi and Company. And Adolf is going to try to gallop. And he does, and he whips that horse up into a gallop, moving another 36 squares. So you hear a clop, 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 clop in the rain far, far ahead. Yeah! I can ride! I'm a rider! End of round. And Matthias. Yeah!
I'm just standing by waiting for everybody to catch up.
Tenzi and Company.
Let's see, Asheville will. And it's a horsemanship check to try to get to gallop.
Yeah. Pretty sure gallop is like a double move. Let's see. Find horse. Yeah, trot's the base speed. Canter is 1.5. And then gallop is double.
He's just going to ride normally. So is Solomon, and Tenzi is going to jog. And that'll be it for us.
All right. End of round. First up is Matthias.
I'll start moving towards the where we're going here.
I am a rider! Yeah! Yeah!
There we go. And that'll be the end of my run.
Alright. And then Tenzi. And Adolf makes his check. And the horse gallops on 72 squares. Into the Nexus. And suddenly the galloping stops. You hear it on the other side of the wall. End of round. First up is Matthias.
Yeah, I'll just keep moving.
And the rain must have covered up the sound of the gatekeep or something because it's already open preemptively. So maybe the guards saw Adolf coming and he has a reputation for riding too fast. As you pass by the gatekeep, you hear guard saying, "Crazy old man." Crazy old man. And then next up is Tinsy. And he's got this
Trying to ride.
big old smile on his face, on his bearded face. Go ahead, Tinsy. Sorry about that.
No, no worries. We're just moving to catch up.
He's got no hat and no hair, just a bald head with a long beard. A venerable old man in an expensive-looking embroidered robe, carrying an interesting walking stick. His head tends to shake and is covered in a white mop of hair. What? Okay. His face is covered with a long white beard. His rings shine of gold in the light, and he stands atop a flying carpet upon which is printed the word welcome in the common tongue. But not right now. He's sitting there in the rain, his beard sopping wet, and water running down his face and clothes. He's wearing a mantle that covers his robes and keeps his saddle dry, so his butt doesn't get wet. And behind you, you can hear the gatekeep close and lock the gate. And then ahead of you, the capstan begins turning, and the gate opens. End of round. First up is Matthias.
And did you mention, is this gate open or not?
Yeah. And the old man points to the south down here.
And let's see, we were here last week. I think it's this building, right, that I'm currently sitting at.
It is the one with the door right there ahead.
Oh, yes, that.
And the door is open. And inside you see Barkeep Lardwick. And there's a couple people at the bar. And let's see. We've got some crash test dummies by the door and some targets to the south on the end of the red carpet. And next up is Tenzi.
We will head towards the inn. Tenzi's jogging.
And you hear Adolf say, "Yeah!" And he rushes by you in the rain. And stops here and hops off of horseback and grabs his rug, which he slumps over his shoulder. And he carries it inside the building. And he takes a seat at one of these chairs and puts his rug out on the floor. On the red carpet, flat so it'll dry, using the dryness of the red carpet to suck out the water, the rain. End of round, and first up is Matthias.
We take a quick break.
Sure, yeah. Let's take a 3-minute break. We'll come back and our viewers can watch some ads so you don't have to just kind of stare at tokens that aren't moving. We'll be right back. And we're back. Okay, so first up is Matthias. I think I'm going to turn animations back on. But before I do, I should probably switch to... flag. This map.
Hey, I was just gonna say, like, from a player perspective, and like, I don't want to take away from anybody's fun, but uh, anything like you feel that's like arbitrary that you want to skip over, like, I'm all for it. Like, we can count those gems later if you want, or if you want to do them now, I'm still all for it. But like, including this session, like, I haven't even rolled for, well, no, I rolled for one attack on that thug earlier, but this is like the third session, and
Yeah.
I'm kind of ready for some adventure, you know?
Yep. I was kind of wondering why you wanted to sell the gems anyways, because it's going to make it harder to carry it. But I'm not in control of the party, the players are.
I was just going to get them praised. Depending on how much they were, maybe sell them, but
I mean, we could always do that later too, but if you still want to get them appraised, I'm all for what everybody wants to do.
well, let's see what happens at breakfast.
Alrighty. Well, let's see. With it being my turn, I do go into the inn, and I'll sit down right there.
Okay. So you make it inside, and you see the the two NPCs that were there last night are kind of like hungover, having breakfast. Looks like breakfast is some fried eggs with like fried ham, pork belly, whatever you want to call it, and toasted like wheat bread. It's like a brown kind of bread that's buttered, and they've got fruit preserves at the ready, some selection of jams or something. Different berries and currants, probably. Next up is Tenzi and Company.
As he comes up to the horse, and is there like a pole or anything for tying horses to?
Yeah, there's like little hooks on the outside of the building, on the
So he'll
wall.
secure that. He'll secure his horse. Astral will ride up. And he doesn't have horsemanship, so he'll wait till next round. And Ruckus and Zalman will come up, and Zalman tells Ruckus, "You watch the horses." And he'll do a wolfmanship check to see if he can dismount.
Wolfmanship.
So he hops off, pats Ruckus, lays his lance next to Ruckus, and walks in. See, looks for where Thias is. Was this? No. There's Adolf. He'll take a seat next to. All right. And he'll take a seat. And that'll be it for us.
All right. End of round. And you can see the good wife, Lardwick, comes over to your table. Well, the table that Zalmond and Matthias and Adolf are sitting at. And she asks, like, how can I help you?
Yeah, can you get us some breakfast?
And she nods. And she comes over to the fire, and there's like a big, wide skillet on the fire, and you can hear it sizzling. And it looks like she grabs this like thick wooden spatula and kind of digs into something on the skillet and lifts it up, and it looks like a bunch of strips of bacon. She flips them over, and then something else. It looks like a pair of eggs, and she flips those over to make them over easy. And she reaches over and grabs a platter. And she starts scooping eggs and bacon onto this platter. And she grabs some small plates and puts them underneath the platter, and a handful of spoons and knives. And she comes over to the table. And she puts down this big platter on the table that she grabs like a piece of bread on the way and like a knob of butter. And so this platter has a bunch of fried bacon, eggs over easy, an entire loaf of bread that has been sliced down the middle and toasted over the open fire. And there's a big knob of butter, and she just puts down a pile of spoons and knives and says, you know, she just says, dig in.
Yeah, looks good. And Zalman grabs a fork and starts scraping over some food to one side of the plate.
And she looks over at Adolf, who gives her one single gold coin. And he says, keep the change. And she gives him a wink and pats him on the head. And she goes back over to the fire to continue cooking more delicious breakfast. And it smells pretty good. Like the bacon smells like it was smoked beforehand. And so frying it up kind of brought out this smoky flavor. And the eggs are done to the point where the yolk has just a little bit of firm bit, like as you cut into the egg, there's like just a few milliliters of firm yolk, around both sides, and then the rest of it is runny but hot. And it evenly coats the eggs as you cut them up. First up is Matthias.
All right. Well, Matthias digs in and starts eating,
All right.
and that'll be the end of my.
And Tenzi and Company.
Astral dismounts. Tenzi secures Daylight hook and walks in. Joins the group at the table. And as he starts getting some food, he says, "Well, Matthias, what do you think we should do today? I'd like to get the gems appraised, but we could always do that later. It's not that important."
Yeah, I would say. I mean, unless if you have something that you need to purchase, we can always do that. Do that later. Did you have any sort of missions or anything to accomplish?
Yes, we have several irons in the fire, as they say. The most pressing is to go to the Shogun and he has at least one of the books that we're looking for. And I suspect he may be possessed by a demon as well, so we have some work to do there.
Sounds good to me. I'm up for the challenge.
We'll be able to dimensional fold us partway there, because it's quite far from here. But we will have to travel overland for some amount of time to get there. I can't remember if it was a week or something. I don't remember how much time it was to get there.
Sounds good. Well, I'm prepared and ready when you are.
He nods and he turns to Adolf and asks him, "So, what have you been up to?"
Well, just sitting around in the court. Usually, the last few years I've been off in the astral plane, fighting for the survival of our world, but as of late there have been no threats. I suppose all the threats are local, which is quite outside of my forte at this point. What have you been doing lately? I hear tale of this Shogun off to the east.
Yeah, he has at least one copy of the Demonicon that we're looking for.
Demonomicon, yes.
Yes, you had one of those at one time, didn't you?
I did, yes. Unfortunately.
So we want to recover that, and Shandrak tried communicating with him, and it seemed like he might be possessed, which we have found in some of the other people who have possessed the book. The book has kind of possessed them as well.
It happened to Asher's former fiancée, did it not?
It did indeed.
How unfortunate. At least the breakfast is good here.
Oh, it's great, thank you. Haven't had a real home-cooked meal like this in quite some time.
I love the taste of it. Fried eggs and bacon. Yeah. King's been eating a lot of porridge and fruit in the mornings. Things like this are not available. At this time, at least. Till he changes his mind.
And that's all for us.
Okay. And end of round, and first up is Matthias.
Matthias just keeps eating his food and just enjoying the food, getting a nice belly full of warm and delicious food.
Okay, Tinsy and Company. So you get down about half your plate, and it's pretty tasty, you know, as far as fried foods go.
Nashville will come in. He'll sit at the table, but he doesn't partake in the food.
Yeah.
And Zalman's not saying anything. He's just munching on eggs and bacon, tearing off pieces of the toasted bread.
You can see that Halfling has changed his clothes. It looks like he's getting ready to maybe do some traveling. And you know him as Charlie, so I'm going to turn his name on. He was once a part of your adventuring party, but it went by a different name back then. It was the Circus, he said. And this is his clothes now. His outfit. He's got some kind of container attached to the end of a stick. Like it might be his belongings or something, like a pack. As was typical in like the early 20th century in the United States for wanderers, I guess. They'd carry their things wrapped up in a blanket on the end of a stick, and they just put the stick over their shoulder. It's like a Tom Sawyer type of thing. I don't know. End of round. First up is Matthias.
I just keep eating my food.
Okay. Tinsy and Company. You get down to just the last couple of tidbits of food on your plate. And it looks like the halfling comes out and sits over by that ranger that you guys met last night. And it looks like somebody new is at the bar. Somebody that you heard of before, Tenzi, that was in the group when it was called the Superstars. He's a dark-skinned elf, looks like this. He's got this strange-looking staff spear thing. You know his name to be Velcane. And he comes from a city deep in the ground called Zentenzian. And that's pretty much all that the rest of the party told you about him. But he's a drow elf with long white hair, green eyes that sparkle with enjoyment to seek knowledge. He wears a black robe that covers most of his torso. He hides his unruly hair with a hat. The first thing people note about his appearance is his unkempt look. But on closer inspection, you notice his golden ring, a nice staff, and 3 floating stones that orbit his head. He carries a backpack on him with a grappling hook hanging from the top. And he's sitting there reading what appears to be a traveling spell book.
So as Tenzi kind of creeps up the last of the breakfast, he asks Adolf if he has any advice for facing the Shogun, if he has any information about it.
Well, if you say he's possessed, I would definitely try to avoid killing him, for he himself may be innocent. Perhaps all this unrest in Adria was caused by the demon who possesseth him, rather than he himself. Poor man, I could only imagine what it must be like to be in a possessed state, not wanting to bathe or eat nutritious food. I hear tell possessed people eat raw meat and chicken. Disgusting. Freshly slain goats. And they refrain from washing their hands, covered in blood and viscera. They prefer to be naked and scratch themselves with long, unkempt fingernails. They don't cut their hair or conduct personal hygiene. After years, their teeth rot from their heads, turn brown and black, and fall out. Pus leaking from their gums. Disgusting. And no bathing to speak of. I wonder how long he's been in this state.
If he truly is innocent, then it has been years since he was behind the assassination of the Avatar Vucius.
Well, with any luck, he'll survive with all his teeth. Poor man. I suppose he was appointed to his position. No? Well, that's luck for you. Always roll the die. And let's see, end of round. And first up is Matthias. You guys have finished your breakfast. Took about 3 minutes to eat the whole platter. And everybody's stuffed and burping.
Turns to Tenzi and is like, yeah, I mean, if you want to head out towards the Shogun, I'm more than ready.
Yeah, let's start our way there.
Well, Godspeed on your journey. What's the name of the capital again? I've quite forgotten.
The player has to.
The player has to. It is. Let's see. Adria. East Adria, Coastal, Shide High. Name of
Well,
the city is Shidehai.
after the great breakfast you have given us, our journey will start on our way to Shidi High.
Oh, yeah, that's correct. Shidehai. On the eastern seaboard. The new capital, as they call it. The old capital was another place.
Hang my
Hang my, yeah. Oh my,
Yes, we have-
hang my.
we have moved the Avatar of Ushas back to Hang My and hope to make that the capital once more.
Yes. Once the barbarian suppressing general is removed from power, of course. And, Godspeed you in, removing his possession without killing him, poor man. How do you plan to exorcise the demon?
I'm still considering options. I had hoped I could perhaps try to dispel the evil from him. That may cause if successful, that could cause the creature to either go back to their plane or at least exit the poor shogun.
Ah, dispel evil, the spell, eh? Brilliant. Well, hopefully your plan works. And hopefully you're strong enough when you cast it to rid him
Hopefully,
of the possessor forever.
yeah, it requires touching, so that's going to be difficult. But
Yes. Well, it was good seeing you again. Tell Asha and Shandrak I also said hello.
I will do. Shandrak will be sorry he missed you.
Yes. Well, Godspeed you, gentlemen. Tenze, Matthias, good day to you.
It was an honor meeting you, Gandalf. Or, Adolf.
Ah, that's not the first time someone has called me Gandalf. Weird. I wonder what the significance is. Well, anyway, I'm going to take a nap. Today's my only day off. And, well, you know how it is. Work, work, work. Well, goodbye. And he rolls up his carpet once again. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Rolls up his carpet once again. Once again. And puts it over his shoulder. And he just kind of fucks off into like a back room over here. And it looks like he pulls a key out of his pocket as he goes. And you hear a door slam. And then a click click. And then just kind of like a thud against the wall right here. And then another thud and like a okay, end of round, and I'm assuming you guys are leaving town now.
Yeah. Yeah. So I was gonna dimensional fold us as close as the closest place we know to there, which I think is still a week's travel.
So you know of Hang My, and you know, let's see, I'll take you to the world map real quick. Boo, boo, boo. Central Adria. Wait, it would be in world maps. Come on. Panoplia Central. Wait. Not Central Panoplia. Central Adria. Jeez. Jeez. There we go. Alright, so you should be able to see your token at Hang My, which was your last location in Central Adria. And then down here, like south by southwest, you can see the water temple that was captured by the Yonti in the GI swamp. So this is the water temple right here.
So going to Hang My would be closer, technically, right?
It
Closer
would
to
be further east. Closer is hard to say, but at least you wouldn't have to travel through swamp water.
Exactly. Yep. And then the other things we're going to have to stable our horses because they're not going to be able to go. We have to go through mountains, right?
So, have to is up to you. You
Okay.
can see there is a mountain range that starts here, and
We can't
you
see
can
that far.
you can
Okay.
yeah, you can see these mountains here. I can't show them to you, but I'll describe them to you.
Okay.
And then you can see there's a glacier here. And then the mountain range goes down like here and kind of disappears. And really, I should probably make it so that mountains give off like 0 feet of light. That way you'd be able to see them everywhere on the map. Because you really should be able to see mountains from any distance. So, I mean,
So we could skirt the mountain range.
from what you can see, yeah, because the northernmost mountain you can see is right here, which is directly east of Hang My.
Right.
So do you want to dimensionally fold to Hang My?
Yeah.
Okay. So... Dimensional folding.
I need my token to roll with it.
All right. So I'm just, real quick, I'm putting the NPCs onto the GM layer so I can't delete them. And you have studied this place carefully. Actually, you've been here so many times, I'm going to say that it is very familiar. Because you've slept here, you've, like, been here 2 or 3 times. Okay, nobody ages. And you arrive at... Oh no. Oh no. Looks like the river has disappeared. What if I unlock... the grass? Yeah, the river is just straight up gone. That's so weird. Alright. Okay. So, you guys arrive at the stable. Just inside the city gate. And I don't see any of your tokens. Here, let's see if you guys can see them. And I will turn daylight all the way up.
Yeah, I can see it.
You can?
Yeah.
Okay. It's weird. Daylight mode on. Save settings. I'm gonna stop this grass from animating. Yeah, I can't see any of your tokens, and the music isn't playing for me. So I'm gonna open a new tab. Weird, it wants me to log in. There is a Chrome update. Okay, now I can hear the soundtrack. Okay, I'm getting a map. And I have to switch to the correct map though. So I'm on the landing page where I had you guys when you rolled the spell. So Adria, Central Adria, Hengmai. All right, 1 second. Just putting all the NPCs onto the GM layer. Including the Avatar of Ushas. And the people at the ramen shop. And the brothel. Okay. Outstanding. So you have to recopy your tokens. Come back to Adria. Hang my. And paste. Okay. I'm just going to put all the mounts to the back. Because when you copy and paste tokens, it flips them upside down. And they just haven't fixed that yet. It's been like that since Roll20 started. Alright, if you could... Wait, hold on. I gotta take everyone off the turn order. And advance turn order by 2 minutes. Okay, if you could please roll base size initiative for your player character.
Could you shift ping us? I don't see it right now.
How about now?
Nope, all I see is darkness.
I can see all right.
Let me make sure I didn't just grab Matthias and put him on this map. Okay, I'm just gonna put you guys into the water temple real quick. And then back into Hangmai.
There we go, I can see.
I can see.
Okay. Then go ahead and roll base size initiative for Tenzi.
And then do you want me to remove Musashi and his horse?
Yeah. Okay, and then, so right as you guys arrive, the avatar of Lao Tzu is kind of up against the wall, right up here, meditating, and he sees you guys. He opens one of his eyes and kind of shakes his head a little bit, and stands up and grabs his staff and walks across the street here to greet you, and he says, "Oh, welcome back. And you have a new friend. Hello."
Yes. This is Matthias.
Close.
Before you see an ancient hermit with a spry step and twinkle in his eye. He says, "Hello, I'm Rao Tzu."
Pleasure to meet you.
"Oh, the pleasure is all mine. I will be traveling with you to your destination."
We look forward to having your company.
"In exchange for helping me clear out the fire temple. You heard of fire temple?"
I've not heard of that yet. Sounds like a challenge. I'm up for.
"Oh, you joined this group at an interesting time. They have already cleared out the water temple. Now all that remains is to clear out the fire temple. But of course,
they don't have time for that right now. So I'm going to assist them. I'm a very powerful druid. I will assist you in your adventure. Where do we go from here?
We are headed to Shidi High.
Oh, she did high. It's very wrong way from here. But fortunately, I am with you. Well, when do we read?
Right now, if you're ready.
Of course, I am always ready. I own nothing more than what I can carry. All of my affairs are in order. I have none. In that case, let us begin. This way. And the old man escorts you out of the town into the wilderness. Of Central Adria. So 7:15 is basically you have a full day travel ahead of you. So the slowest creature among you is your mules. Your mules move at 12. If you want to force march them, you can get a little bit more distance out of them. But other than that, you're going to be moving at 12. And then also if you force march a creature, well, a mount anyways, not a beast of burden, it can cause its death. But they're just beasts of burden, so it won't kill them. And then from here, which direction you want to head? Just like due east, or do you want to head? Okay. So that's, let's see, 6 miles, and you'll be out of the patrolled areas. 6 miles, and the current terrain is, it's farmland. Those patrolled areas. And then you can see forest ahead of you, and this particular type of forest is heavy forest.
My favorite.
Oh yeah. So, the first day you're able to travel 11.2 miles. Random encounters, special, Oriental adventures, temperate, plain, October 2. 85, and it's spring, fall time. Okay, so no encounters on your way out of the patrolled area. October 2nd, 11:85, and it's fall. And we'll cancel this one. Okay. All right. No encounters for the entire 11.25 miles into the forest due east. Wait a minute. I'm on the map layer. Why? Okay. .25 miles. Okay, right about there. And let's take a quick 3-minute break, and we'll come back and hopefully we'll have some random encounters on the way there. All right, we'll be back in 3 minutes. All right, we got another 30 seconds. Hmm. 12.
I just got a thing from Roll20 that my session has expired. I have to re-log in.
Weird. That must have happened to me too.
Yeah, mine said that as well. I'll refresh.
And as we're traveling, Ashra will tell Tenzi that after they rest, he will get unfailing endurance so that they can go a little faster the next day.
You might have to memorize it a couple of times. I don't know.
We only
Oh,
have
yeah,
like
today.
5 months. So, yeah. Yeah.
But in the future, that might change.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, normally I think Jim does it. So
So we are back. At movement rate 12, you guys are able to move 6 miles a day through this heavy forest. It is a slog. So I'm going to move your token in a minute after I figure out... Wait, I might as well do that and then hit Control Z to undo. Right? Control Z. There we go, and it moved back. Okay, let's roll encounters. Random encounters, special, oriental adventures, temperate, forest. October the 3rd. It's the 3rd now. 11 AE5, and it's spring fall. Same category. Alright, I'm just gonna turn animations off because I can't click on anything now. There we go. It's a lot of lag coming from somewhere. Action. I think I'll turn the lag off, or turn the animations off on the map. That should speed things up a little bit. Yeah. Okay. There's this just fucking ridiculous lag coming from nowhere. One single animated token was causing all that lag. It's so weird. Okay, I have to I have to go to a different map to fix a glitch that's on my screen. It's this right here. I can't read what's behind it. Okay. So the end of the day on October the 3rd, temperate climate, temperate forest.
Before midnight, Astral has to do something.
It is 7 p.m. right now. So right when
Okay.
you get to the end of your march. And there's a nasty storm again. You're making your way through this thickly wooded area. And the sun is pretty low because it's 7 p.m. and it's raining cats and dogs. Daylight mode will be on, but light will be very dim.
Are they hostile cats and dogs?
Say again?
Are they hostile, angry cats and dogs?
Yes.
Nah.
Okay. So, you guys are headed east through this beautiful temperate wood here. Right in the middle of the map. could do this a lot faster without the lag.
Is it still lagging even without animation?
I have animation turned on because it's a much smaller map now. Okay. All right. Okay, so there's no surprise. Oh, wait. I have to roll for surprise. Enemy's modifier surprise the party will be +0. Party's modifier surprise the enemy. Let's see. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep, you guys get +0 as well to surprise the enemy. Or the encounter, that is. Alright, you guys managed to get the drop on... Let's see, one group surprised. Southeast, 3 squares. 1, 2, 3. Alright, so Matthias, you are walking along. What the hell is that? Oh, Clover. Okay. You're walking along, and you see this kind of fucking around one of the trees. Just 3 squares southeast of you. And it seems you got the drop on it. Okay. So if you could both roll. Hold on. Come on, lag. If you could both roll base size initiative for me, that would be great. Let's see who reacts first, I guess. Alright. So, Tenzi, you spot it first. And it kinda looks like a will-o-wisp. The creature... I think you've seen this before, honestly. But in real life, it's been like 2 years. So it was before you guys went into the archaeological complex. And if I can scroll down, I can read the description to you. It resembles a hovering ball of fire. It says its flames can be blue, white, or yellow, but it's usually a bright red, so it's bright red right now. A dark spot near the center of the fireball's surface serves as its eye. So it actually has an eye, unlike will-o-wisp. And the creature has no other notable features. And that's about it for description. And it seems to be looking at this tree, like it's not even paying attention to you. Seems like you got the drop on it. whatever it is.
When Asriel looks at it, does he detect evil?
He says, "Kill it. Kill it now."
Right, and that's what we'll do. Let's see.
So that begins your surprise round. Go ahead and roll initiative for whatever it is you're doing. So Matthias, in a surprise round, you can do one action. Cast one spell, use one magic item, make one attack, etc., etc. And it's a surprise round, so we got stealth music. Bam. Oh, Kenzie's casting Crown of
And each
Cold.
of these squares equals 5 feet on this map.
Yep, on every map, squares. Well, except for regional maps, then each square is 12 miles.
Is it still windy out?
Yes, it is a full-blown storm. I will say, however, in the woods, because it's heavy forest, below the canopy, the canopy breaks up the wind, so there's not much. You can fly. You can fly as long as you stay lower in the canopy. At least for heavy forests. Because this thing's flying as well.
How far is it off the ground?
Its altitude is like 5 feet. Oh, I already have its movement rate, flight mode, and maneuverability on there. I just can't see it on the token. Probably because I'm not hovering my mouse over it. I should have done that first. Alright. Is anyone still rolling? Alright. So you're using Shadow. So I'll remove Matthias from the turn order. And I'll sort the tracker. So time now is 7 p.m. October the 3rd. 7 p.m. October 3/11/85. And time goes -1. Come on, lag. There we go. -1. Add. Remove this time. Okay. First up is Asriel.
Asriel flies up to 10 feet, goes directly to the evil creature or thing, And we'll try to hit it with his Nodachi.
All right. The Nodachi finds purchase if you hit. This is a surprise round, so you are attacking its rear, its back. Doesn't look like it carries a shield, but I mean, you can tell where its eye is, and you're definitely hitting its back. Okay, -3 beats AC 0, and I think it's a medium creature. It says right there it's a medium creature, so yeah, you cause 9 damage with your Nodachi. Next up is the Avatar of Lao Tzu. He is going to run up and attack it with his staff. Attack. Quarterstaff. Lag. So you hear like a as he runs up and attacks the Shinengaki. Shoulder melee, same elevation. No mod to hit or damage. And the staff does something. I don't remember what it was. Lag again. Okay. Anyone hit by the staff of Lao Tzu's avatar must save versus paralyzation or be permanently paralyzed. Nothing short of a wish can counter this curse. So it does no damage, but the magical effect is that he has to save versus paralyzation or be paralyzed permanently. Warrior 4, I guess. So the creature counts as Warrior 4 for purposes of saving throws. And the Shinengaki saves versus paralyzation. Next up is Shadow.
Am I able to charge it from west to east, or would I need to come around from the east?
You can attack from any angle. All the approaching angles are either empty squares or friendly squares.
Okay, I'll
Other than the
I'll
tree
get
angle, that is.
Yeah.
So you guys notice that Lao Tzu's staff emits light out to 60 feet. And the light is bright white in color. He has cast a continual light spell upon it. Yay!
Yeah, so I'm trying to like a wide turn, if you will, and charged into attack with the ally.
Okay. Pretty sure unicorns are high enough level to count as a +2 weapon, but let me check. Rules. And was it gear and equipment? No. Combat, probably. Come on, lag. Magic
I added the
resistance.
+2.
Let's see. Weapon immunity, there it is. So creatures with 6+2 or more hit dice count as a +2 weapon. And unicorns have 4+4. So your unicorn only counts as a +1 weapon. So your horn, like, strikes the creature, goes right into it, and then the unicorn pulls the horn back out, and the wound slowly closes and does no damage.
What was the +2 previously?
Say again.
Well, you used to have me at a +2 because
Yeah.
I like.
Yep, that's +2 to hit for charging.
Oh, for charging.
Tenzi.
Tenzi cast Crown of Cold.
Okay, what level is Chronicled?
3rd.
Tenzi gets 300 points for Crown of Cold. Next up is Zalmond.
Zalman and Ruckus come up to charge. They'll come and go through. He has the heavy lance out. He's going to go into a friendly square, try to hit it. He doesn't have a magical weapon, but he's going to continue on and trample through the creature's square, since Ruckus is large.
Okay, let me check Check Ruckus's hit dice real quick.
I think it's 4+4.
Yeah, so he doesn't do shit.
Yeah, well, no, we know. So he comes around, then he's we'll turn around after we get through, and that'll be it for us.
Alright, end of round, and surprise round is now over. And the Shinengaki knows that you guys are there. It immediately turns around and becomes hostile. Go ahead and roll initiative. We're in initiative phase. And I think Shinengaki should probably change color now that it's hostile. So I'm going to say turns this kind of like fiery purple color looks pissed off. Why the hell? Oh, there we go. Alright, is anyone still rolling?
Astro will need a second attack, and Tenzi will need 3 more.
Okay. Oh, yeah. And surprise round is over. And normal combat has begun. And the Avatar of Lao Tzu appears to be attacking again with his quarterstaff, but he is now using martial art. If anyone has style analysis, you can tell what martial art it is. Lag. All right. Time now is 7:01 p.m. First up is Tenzi.
Tenzi will dismount. Is that a half move to do that?
If you don't have horsemanship, that is a full round action, my friend.
Okay, I'm going to double check if I have it or not. That's a full move. Yep, I'm done.
All right. Matthias.
Alright, well, since the Alice run was unsuccessful, I'll attack it with my long.
There you go. The creature will turn to face the angel, so all 3 characters are now at its front. And of course, the creature is shieldless. So 8 versus AC 0 is a miss. It looks like you rolled a 3 on the die. Next up is Ashriel.
There's no Dachi again. Oh, rats.
All right, the creature is shieldless, and it looks like you rolled a 1 on that line. So, can we get a poop in chat there? Poop in chat, wee! Poop doop poop.
I thought my miss was.
And next up is the Shinengaki, who is going to attack the Avatar of Lao Tzu. Attack with a fiery tendril that reaches out strikes at the avatar. Oh, he trying to kill me. Oh, so funny. Shorter melee. Come on, lag. Let's go, bro. Alright, the Avatar is shieldless. 3 versus AC 0 is a miss. The Avatar is well protected. Shin. Pause. Should help. And next up is the Avatar against the Shinengaki. Attack. Quarterstaff. Lag again. Everything on this whole page is animated though. Like the clover, the flowers, the rain, the grass, everything. Same elevation, no mod. Let's see if it hits. Shinengaki is shieldless. 9 versus AC 0 is a miss. Next up is Zalmond.
Salman, seeing his lance was useless, drops it, pulls out his sword, and urges Ruckus forward. And he'll try to strike at the Shinigaki with his sword.
Alright, the Shinengaki faces the Avatar so that you get its shieldless flank rather than its rear. Lag. Oh, great. Now I'm getting kicked out of Discord, too. Now I'm getting kicked out of Discord and lagging. What the hell? No, I don't want to open the token. I just want to rotate the token. And you get its shieldless flank. 5 versus AC 0 is a miss. Next up is Tenzi, who has
No more movement.
no more movement. That's right. And then Ashriel's multiple attack.
He's got a shit.
That's right. The Avatar of Lao Tzu reaches out with his multiple attack. With his quarterstaff. Striking at the Shinengaki from the shieldless front. So it's just shieldless AC. Shorter melee, same elevation. No modifier. To hit or damage. Shieldless 7 versus AC 0. Wow, nobody can roll above a 10 today. I gotta make sure that his Thaco is correct. 14 Thaco. That sounds about right. 14 Thaco. That sounds okay. Okay. Tenzi.
I actually can do something. I always forget the spring ability. I can spring using an attack. I don't have to use a movement for it.
You don't have any attacks. It took your whole round to dismount.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
So now we're in initiative phase again. Quarterstaff. And check that. 14 Thaco. Says the avatar of Lao Tzu has 9 Thaco. 9. So he counts as a fighter, not a priest. That's crazy. He has fighter Thaco, but he's a druid. So weird. Okay. Warrior. Glad I figured that out right off the bat. It's like the first time he's been in a fight. Okay, I am starting up animation again for all these guys. Actually, I could probably just go to the frickin' map layer and turn on some map animation manually. Now everything is probably going to be so much faster. No, it's not. Wow, what? Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Okay. Is anyone still rolling? Matthias, you should have 2 sword attacks this round. So what I'll do is what I do is I select your token and I hit Control U, and what that does is it adds another line for your token on the turn order tracker. And what you do is you copy and paste the initiative that you rolled for your longsword into the second line, but you add 100 to it. So you rolled 8.98. So what you'll do is in the second line you'll put 108.98. Does that make sense? Can anyone hear?
So I rolled initiative.
You already rolled initiative. You got 8.98. So now in your second line, you need to put 108.98. It's all the way at the bottom of the tracker. I just added it.
I see. Oh,
108.98. You can click on that 0 and edit. There you go. Now you have 2 attack lines. Alright, looks like everyone's done rolling. Time now is 7:02 p.m. First up is Tenzi, who's on the ground with Crown of Cold.
So he will start running, jump into the air, kind of go horizontal under Ashriel, and kick at the creature to no avail. However, Crown of Cold damage.
Yes.
Man,
14.
if he's susceptible to cold, if he's
Yeah,
not,
he's
just
not.
4.
4.
Dang it. That's the highest one I ever got.
Yeah. Alright. It survives. Next up is Ashriel.
I'm gonna move Tenzi out of the way so I can do Ashriel. Swinging that big 2-handed sword, the no dodge.
beating the fuck out of that poor little Shinengaki. They're like lesser spirits, I think. But they're evil. Alright, so front shieldless, 4 versus AC 0 is a miss. Zalmond. Zalmond gets the flank. Shieldless flank. Alright, shieldless flank, 7 versus AC 0 is a miss. The Shinengaki is going to take another stab at the avatar of Lao Tzu with his fiery tendril. Shoulder melee, standing elevation. Nomad. Alright, the avatar is shieldless. Natural 20. Causing 14 damage to the avatar. He's like, oh, that hurt! It singes the hair on his... Anyways. Matthias.
Alright, I'm gonna swing my sword at him and hopefully roll higher than a 3.
Yep. Don't forget to give yourself higher ground because you're mounted. And you're going to get the shieldless flank. Opposite Zalmond. -4 beats AC 0. You cause 9 damage. Killing the Shinengaki. Go ahead and describe how you do so.
Yay! Alright, well, I'd take a swing at it, and, aiming for the eye. That's probably the meatiest part of them. I've never really seen a creature like this before, but swings at him and knocks him to the ground like.
Okay. Alright. And combat is apparently over. And the ambiance returns to normal. Your surroundings are a beautiful sylvan glade. And it looks like an ideal place to settle down and camp for the night. The corpse of the Shinengaki, it just sort of fizzles out. It doesn't leave any remains. Other than maybe some soot. Like some ash. Looks like a little bit of burnt coal is all that's left over. And experience for that. 1 Shinen Gaki. They are worth 1,400 points. Number of player characters is 2. NPCs who earn XP is 1. And that is Zaalmond. There was 1 creature defeated. It had 4 hit dice. There are 2 warriors and bards in the party. So a PC with one class gets 560 points, and then warriors and rangers earn an extra 20 per warrior level, which means for Matthias, since he is level 4, he gets an extra 80 points on top of that 560 for a total of 640 points. Okay, the avatar of Lao Tzu says, "Oh, he really wanted to cure me. Don't know why. Very strange." And end of round. Time now is 7:03 p.m. Everyone is pretty much tired and hungry. It's been roughly 24 hours since your last nap spell. And first up is Tenzi and company.
And he says, well, Matthias, I think we should set up camp here.
I'd say one of the closest where that's found.
Right. So Tenzi will go to the horses and kind of start getting them set up for camp. Asher will just land here, I guess. And Zalman will go back and pick up his lance and get ready for setting up the campsite. That'll be it for us.
All right. And the storm is still going. Did the sound turn off? Sounds like it turned off. Okay. Storm. There we go. So you're able to settle down and assign, guard shifts or whatever for your nap spell. So is that something you have memorized, the nap spell?
I was gonna look see if I think I only have one because I normally only need one, but
Yeah. So at least one person you might want to have stand guard during the nap spell that doesn't participate.
I can do. Yeah, one person will have to stay guard while we nap. So, I suppose that would either be Zalman or Matthias, since they don't have to memorize spells. They could just sleep while the others are up.
Yeah.
So I'll do. Tenzo will do himself. The avatar, if he wants it, and Matthias and Asriel.
Does anyone volunteer for the guard shift during the nap?
Zalman did that.
Okay. The avatar of Lao Tzu also volunteers because he says, I haven't cast any spells today. I don't really need to sleep right now, so I will join you in guarding the people who sleep during the nap. And Matthias, just so you know, nap is a spell that allows you to sleep for, what is it, 1 hour?
One
And 1 hour, and you get 8 hours worth of rest and are able to memorize spells as though you had slept for 8 hours. But you can only participate in a nap spell every 18 hours.
Oh, wow, that's very.
So it has an 18-hour cooldown, essentially. So if you were to sleep from, like, say, 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. tonight, you wouldn't be able to sleep in a nap again until 1500 tomorrow.
Yeah, actually, that sounds like a good trade.
And then whoever guards the nappers, they'll need a full 8 hours of sleep, but it can be split up if they're not memorizing spells. Or else they'll have issues. If you don't get a full 8 hours of sleep, the first night, it increases your encumbrance level by 1. And then each day you don't get a full 8 hours of sleep, it keeps adding encumbrance levels until you get to a state where you're, maximum encumbrance and you're just like exhausted. The maximum encumbrance level slows you down to a movement rate of 1. So you basically just would walk at a movement rate of 1, then just fall over asleep. Okay. So go ahead and set yourselves up for 5 o'clock in the morning, which would mean most characters are awake. Let's see. If you guys sleep in a nap from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m., that means 5 o'clock the next morning, which is exactly when the next encounter occurs. That's when everyone would wake up. So yeah, everybody's awake for the next encounter.
Before midnight, can I have Ashrael do something?
Of course, yeah.
So he's going to do a limited wish for Tenzi to swap 2 of his attributes.
Oh, let's see. Oh yeah, it's Ashrael casting it?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, he's immortal, so casting it's supposed to age the caster 1 year per 100 years of regular lifespan, but he's immortal, so it don't matter. And then
Right.
which 2 stats are you reversing?
Strength and dexterity.
Okay.
So it doesn't actually alter his strength because he has the magic item. And it slightly increases his dexterity, which he needs uh, very much so.
Okay. Um.
And then he would remove the girdle at the time that they do it so that there's no mix up there.
Okay. So your strength score becomes 11, and your dexterity score becomes 12. And
And then
then,
you put
of
the
course, when you put the girdle back on, it goes up to your strength goes up to 19.
very good. Thank you.
Yep. And we'll do the next encounter next session. So for now, I'll take you guys back to the landing page. Little slower this session, but that's okay. Did
We had two. I
did
was going to say we had two.
Matthias gain a level? Had to what?
Unfortunately.
You were gonna say we
Yeah.
had to what?
I was going to say we had two battles and Matthias killed both things.
Oh, the ruffian. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Matthias didn't have experience point overload last session, so no level this session. But he's probably going to be gaining 1 level per session again once you guys hit the city. Well, I guess it depends. Depends on how you choose to enter the city. And of course, there'll be a bunch of random encounters on the way there. Because Heavy Forest is a slog. at movement rate 12, you guys are advancing 6 miles a day. But once you get that,
unfailing endurance.
yeah, once you get that unfailing endurance on at least the mules, you'll be
I can
moving
do
at 15.
Yeah, I think it's one creature per. I can do it all, but the mule is the limiting factor. So yeah.
I think there's a couple heavy war horses that move at 15. So you're probably going to want to be able to be sure to get those
I can do
ones.
As long as it's only me and Matthias, I can get all of our mounts, and I can get Lao Tzu if he wants
Well,
it.
next session, that's going to be
Yep.
different.
Yep.
Did any of the NPCs gain a level? Well, there would only be one.
Well, Zalman just leveled a little while ago, so he's got a ways to go.
Okay. We can turn animation back on. And music. For storms on this. There we go. Come on, music. All right. Any questions, comments, or concerns for me? All right. For our viewers, thank you very much for watching. Please like, share, and subscribe. If you like who we are and like what we do, I strongly urge you to explore our links below. If you're watching us live on Twitch, we have a bunch of links. There's a link to the application forum for this game if you want to be a player. There's a link to our Discord if you want to come in and talk to me during world building streams. But in order to do that, you have to be a Patreon. So there's a link to the Patreon, and you can pledge as little as $1, I think, on the Patreon, and it should allow you to join the patrons channel while I'm doing world building streams, and you can come in and talk to me. And then there's also a link to our PayPal if you want to leave like one-time donation. And then there's also somewhere on the screen there should be a link to the St. Jude Children's Research Hospital if you're interested in donating to a charity. And then also if you want to directly support the channel, on the right side of the screen there should be a Prime Gaming benefits reminder. It looks like a little Amazon Prime like crown symbol, like a little purple crown. And if you click on that, you can use a Twitch has a deal with Amazon. I don't know if you know, but Twitch has a deal with Amazon where Twitch will give any Amazon subscriber or Amazon Prime subscriber a free subscription to any Twitch channel of their choosing every month. And so if your email for Twitch is the same as your email for Prime, it's gonna hook you up and you'll be able to click on that button and subscribe to us for free for a month. That really helps out the channel a lot. I can't stress that enough how much it helps. And thank you very much for watching again. And the next time that I play is going to be this Friday. I play first edition D&D / Castles and Crusades game. I think Castles and Crusades is like It's like an OSR version of first edition AD&D, something like that. So the only thing that's different is like the monsters are slightly different. There's weird like 4-armed trolls and stuff, you know, basically trolls that get more attacks. I don't know, it's strange. But it kind of reminds me of like Pathfinder, how the monsters are the same but different. That's kind of how that is. And then next time I DM, of course, will be next Sunday with session 466 of the Orb of Solynod Hex. I think we're going to be without Shandrak, but that should be it. I think Amber's going to be back next week. So it'll be Tinsy, Matthias, and Asher. And then Shandrak will be back with us the week after next. So look forward to it, and I'll probably do some world building streams. I'll probably do one tonight, actually. Like just a little bit after I get home from taking my girlfriend from work. So that'll be in like an hour from now. Probably do some world building. Yeah, probably do some like Adrian monsters and maybe some Yuggoloths or something. And some maps. I finished the farm maps I wanted to add yesterday, and I want to add some more forest maps, especially since we're in the forest right now. I want to do some more of those forest maps. Probably some maps that are a little bit less animation heavy. So, but we'll see. Alright. See you next time. We're going to try to raid into somebody. So if you stick with the raid, you'll get extra channel points, extra GP for sticking with the raid. Looks like... man. We'll raid into Elf herself. No, we're not, because she's just sleeping. Chatting, slots, special events. No, we're not going to raid anybody. Usually Lord Gosumba's on by this time, but not today. Thank you very much for watching, and we'll see you next time. Bye-bye. Bye.